they changed the live like dashboard on YouTube, so it's a little weird. Also, my parents aren't home, so I'm not gonna have to mute my microphone at all, which is very, very, very exciting. Why should access points with omnidirectional antennas ideally be ceiling mounted to minimize the interference from furniture? Yeah. What mark is given to the riser data cable under the U.S. National Electrical Code? Probably, I could imagine it would probably have R in it. So I don't think it's 3 or 4, so it's either CMR or MPR. MMP, CM, yeah, it's got it. I feel like it's a 1 because it has an R. Okay. That's the vacuum. What should you expect if you cannot ping a local host and the error is destination unreachable? What happens if you cannot ping a local host and the error is destination unreachable? Unreachable. What should you suspect if you cannot ping a local host and the error is destination unreachable? I'm gonna guess IP address or net mask. Okay. What is the default VLAN ID? It should be 1. Primary function of a database. To store data. Network admin is configuring a new network with multiple VLANs to facilitate communication between these VLANs. The administrator decides to use a layer 3 switch in the core network. The admin plans to assign each VLAN to a switched virtual interface to act as its default gateway. What is the key benefit of using SVIs on the layer 3 switch for inter-VLAN routing in this scenario? I'm gonna think 2 because that's the only thing that you would benefit from having a virtual sort of thing like that. But I could be wrong. Okay. Like all the other ones don't seem like they would be the answer to the question. I guess that's just how answering multiple choice questions works. What is the point? What is the purpose of appending a zone index to a local address? A zone index? Appending a zone index to a link local that's IPv6, right? Appending a zone index, would that be like an expansion? A zone index. To a link local address. When using IPv6, an IPv6 link local address to connect to a host, a zone index must be added to the address so that the packets can be sent out on the correct interface. For addresses with other, can you make this not blue? I don't want this to be blue? Okay, I guess it'll just be blue. Well, that's really weird. For addresses with other than global scope, and in particular for link local addresses, the choice of network interface for adding a packet may depend on which zone the address belongs to. Sure. The same address may be valid in different zones and in use by a different host in each of these zones. Even if a single address is not used in different zones, the address prefixes for addresses in those zones may still be identical. For the record, also, friends, I got like 6 hours of sleep, so I might not be too snappy. I would snap there if I knew how to snap, but alas. Okay, even if a single address is not in use in different zones, the address prefixes for addresses in those zones may still be identical, which makes the operating system unable to select an outgoing interface based on information in the rounding table, which is prefix-based. In order to resolve the ambiguity in textual addresses, a zone index must be appended to the index. To the address. A zone index is separated from the address by a percent sign. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, so where does the ambiguity come from? The same address may be valid in different zones and in use by a different host in each of those zones. Even if a single address is not in use in a different zone, the address prefixes for addresses in those zones may be identical, which makes the operating system unable to detect. So why would you need to detect this? For addresses with other than global scope. Okay, I see. So when you have linked local addresses, sometimes it doesn't say what interface it needs to come out to. So when you append a zone index, you're essentially saying, hey, this is the interface that this is referring to. And so it's like making the address unique to a specific link. That makes sense, I suppose. Also, I am gonna open Gemini. God, sitting down and really thinking, I'm realizing how tired I've just been sort of doing miscellaneous tasks, like I've been exercising and I've been I've been exercising and I've been like making cold brew. This isn't cold brew. The cold brew will be ready tomorrow. But and I've been like doing dishes and I've been doing laundry, and it's just like, you know, you don't think about, you know, those aren't things where you have to like really process stuff with your brain. And frankly, this isn't either. It's like multiple choice, and frankly, a lot of it is just choosing the least wrong option. But you know, once I'm sitting down and I have to use my brain even a little bit, it's like, oh wow, like I can tell I'm running at like 60% power right now, which sucks. You know, and I'm sort of trying to compensate that with my caffeine consumption. But you know, of course, it's different, right? Like, that's not really how caffeine works, you know, but alas. Unique to a particular link. That makes sense. You're troubleshooting a network issue where certain packets are not reaching their intended destination. You want to capture all ICMP packets to analyze their paths and potential points of failure. Which TCP dump command should you use to only capture ICMP packets? I don't think it's 4. 2 looks really weird. I don't know what a what a pcap file is. That's a weird looking file extension. Dash I. I know lowercase dash I on GIMP is not on GIMP, on grep. Sorry, on grep is to make it. Oh, whoa, holy shit. Hold on. Bunch of crazy... My contact just fell out of my eye. Hold on. Sorry, can I fix this without going to the bathroom? Let's see. Don't do this if you have contacts, friends. Oh! Okay. When you get contacts, they tell you to not rub your eye, but you can rub your eye. like you can. You just can. But you gotta be like a little careful. Like you gotta do it kind of light. But the reason why they don't tell you to not rub your eye is because if you rub your eye wrong, your contact totally falls out of your eye. And you're not supposed to put your contact in your eye after it's fallen out. Like you need to like put solution on it and you need to clean it off. If you don't care about your long-term eye health, you can just put your contact back in. So it's fine. and I'm kind of joking about the eye health thing. What they worry about is that something particularly abrasive might get in between your contact and your eyeball, and it can cause a lot of like micro scratches that you don't realize until that night. And so it can cause like a lot of permanent damage if you don't clean your contact. But the thing is that you know, I'm sort of biased in that, you know, it just hasn't happened yet. That just hasn't happened. It seems like kind of a non-issue. And frankly, speaking to other contacts users, you know, they also have experiences where they tell you to not do things, and then you do them, and then it's fine. And I understand, you know, there's most definitely a reason they tell you to not do these things. You know, I trust experts in that regard, and I recognize these people are much smarter than me. And the reason they're telling me is because, you know, they've seen people have these problems. But it's also just like, man, I should really study. You're troubleshooting a network issue where certain packets are not reaching their intended destination. Oh, God. I have no idea. This one? Okay. Really? It's that one. Dash I, any, ICMP. I guess I just don't know the TCP dump syntax. Should I watch a video about that? Should I watch, TCP dump from How to Network, what it is and how to use it. Wow, awesome.
Hello, welcome to our Cisco Cybersecurity Operations video series. This lesson is about the identification of types of data provided by different technologies. In this lesson, we'll talk about the following. We're going to talk about TCP dump, NetFlow, data provided by...
Does this actually teach me its syntax? Okay, it does.
Next-gen firewall and traditional... TCP dump is a command line utility that allows you to capture and analyze network traffic through your system. It is often used to help resolve network issues as well as a security tool. TCP dump can be used in a variety of cases as a powerful and versatile tool that includes many options and filters. Since it is a command line tool, it is ideal to run on remote servers or devices for which a GUI is not available, to collect data that can be analyzed later. It can also be started in the background or as a scheduled job using tools like cron. Alright, so TCP dump is included with several Linux distributions, so chances are you already have it installed. So check if TCP dump is installed on your system with this command, which TCP dump. So this means that TCP dump is already installed based on the output. So if TCP dump is not installed, you can install it by using install TCP dump. To capture packets for troubleshooting or analysis, TCP dump requires elevated permissions. So in the following examples, most commands are prefixed with sudo. Right? So to begin, use the command TCP dump -d to see which interfaces are available for capture. So
should I do this publicly? Hold on. I don't want to like accidentally leak any info. We're fine. I think we're fine for now.
Example above, you can see all the interfaces available in my machine, right? The special interface any allows capturing any active hardware. TCP continues to capture packets until it receives an interrupt signal. You can interrupt capturing by pressing Ctrl+C. Now, to limit the number of packets captured and stop TCP dump, use the -c option. By default,
it's very... Okay. I don't want to do this hands-on thing because it seems very risky. I don't know, a lot of IP stuff is very spooky to do publicly, right? So I'm not gonna publicly study that one here, but you know, at least now I know -I stands for interface. So if anything, you know, it doesn't have an interface sort of specifier after the I flag, I know it's not the correct syntax for TCP dump. A network presig of 48. I don't think it would be the interface identifier. I don't know. Would it be used for network addressing? Is the first 48 bits the network address? Yeah, I mean it's a bunch of other stuff too. Yeah, okay. Consequence of having a long DHCP lease time. I mean that's the consequence, yeah. Why they stored as cryptographic hashes. But the scope of an IPv6 global unicast address. About the scope. The first one seems like the most correct. First 8 bits. Why are we getting a bunch of IPv6 garbage, dude? I mean, IPv6 is awesome, right? Like, it makes things pretty convenient, but like, are we really doing this? I guess it is a networking class. First 8 bits, that would be, of an IPv6 multicast address indicate. So that means it goes to multiple places. Two is the longest, but I mean, yeah. Okay, so these are actually all correct in regard to the usage of the I flag. But I just means like, oh, on any interface, look at ICMP packets. Okay, but you would just do space ICMP and that would, okay, that makes sense. Which networking function or device is associated with a network layer? So it's physical, data link, and then network. And data link is like, so physical is like cables, data link is like switches. So I think network would be like router, yeah. What is the purpose of using a tell URI scheme in SIP systems? I don't know what this means. Tell? It starts with TEL, so I'm gonna guess number 2, but I'm also gonna screenshot this so then I can look at it, like, if I get it wrong. Okay, I don't even know tell URI scheme. Oh, I see, like a domain kind of. Not like that, but like I know what you're saying. Okay, hold on. Okay. A URI is a sequence of characters that identifies an abstract or physical resource. Oh, so URIs aren't even... Really? I don't know why I'm typing this out. Guy who gets so caught up in semantics as a way to procrastinate against doing any. Okay, sure. I see. Well, in that case, this is like, I guess it's describing what it does. Okay, sure. I'm being silly. And I'm just trying to procrastinate by hounding a large language model on what could be defined as a URI. Yeah. Sure. Wow, this is a really wise metaphor. Okay. Right, and in regard to the question, it was tell URI scheme in SIP systems, and the answer was to dial a landline or cell phone. Okay, and then tell for telephone numbers. What is WebSocket? I need to learn more about WebSocket. It seems like such an important thing, and I know nothing about it. Okay, and what is a SIP system? If I go to, telephone number. Okay, I see. So, in a session initiation protocol system, right, if it's doing VoIP, say, like a tell URI scheme is sent to like a VoIP, like phone number, and it would be used to dial a landline or cell phone. That makes sense. Sure. So like in the context of this, which has to do with VoIP, what is telephone URI? Okay, I see what's going on here. A primary difference between a sub interface and a switched virtual interface. I mean, presumably one just seems true, right? The primary difference? I would assume the primary difference is the one mentioned in its name, right? Switch to virtual interface. Okay. What might be the symptom of a malicious attack on a DHCP server? Address pool exhaustion. In ZTA, what is the separation of the control and data planes? ZTA? Control and data planes achieve. If I look up ZTA, will it give me the answer? Disambiguation, please. Zero trust architecture. Okay. So in zero trust architecture, what does the separation of control and data planes achieve? I guess probably 3. Yeah. Okay. Which of the following is a method that allows you to connect to a private network that allows you to connect a private network to the internet without obtaining a registered addresses for every host? So probably network address translation. Yeah. Of the protocol field in the IPv6 header, IPv4 header. Of the protocol field, isn't that also the ether type field? Am I crazy? No, because ether type is only 2 bits. Am I crazy? Hold on. Protocol field. I mean, I feel like it's got to be 3 because the other ones don't really make sense, but I'm going to have to look up the specifics of IPv4 headers. Yeah, okay. IPv4. Protocol header. Packet structure header. Oh wait, dude, ether type is not even, it doesn't even have anything to do with IP. Sorry, ether type is in an Ethernet frame, not in an IPv4 packet. Whoops, my bad. Because it's called ether type, dude. It's called ether type. Why would I think it was an IP? Of course it's in Ethernet. Okay. Protocol. Okay. Okay, and it's just like, sure. Okay. A university is upgrading its network infrastructure to accommodate its campus layout. The campus consists of 3 academic buildings, 2 dormitory buildings, and 1 administrative building. Each building requires its own subnet. He University also plans to add a new library and a sports complex within the next 2 years, each requiring its own subnet. How many subnets are required? Okay, wait. Is this just... is this like a counting question? Can you count? 3... If I get this wrong, this will be embarrassing. So that's 3 plus 2, that's 5, plus 1, that's 6. Plus 2, that's 8. Right? It's 8. This question is so simple, it's making me second guess myself. 3, 5, 6, 8. Okay. That's a weird question. Well, why would you ask that? Like, hey, if each building needs its own subnet and there were 8 buildings, how many subnets do you need? Like, that makes me feel like I'm gonna, like, there's something I'm not understanding. Why is IP spoofing ineffective for maintaining a two-way communication in an on-path attack? Because the tracker could be easily traced back, right? Oh god, I didn't even read all the questions. Or read all the answers. Because it's spoofed IP address. Yeah, that makes more sense. That was such a silly way to end the streak, because I didn't even read the fourth one. I only read the top two, and I was like, the second one makes sense. What is the primary purpose of hybrid topology in modern networks? I mean, 90% of the time I feel, and I could be wrong, but I feel like 90% of the time when you're referring to a hybrid topology, you're referring to a combination of the star topology and the mesh topology, where, usually in like routing, you would have like, multiple routers, you might have multiple switches. They would sort of be connected in like sort of a mesh network, so for like redundancy purposes. As opposed to just having like one router, and then that router, if the router fails, then you can't do any communications across, the internet, and if your switch isn't working, you can't do any stuff in your subnet, right? So I think it would be to implement redundancy and fault tolerance. Yeah. During a routine network audit, a network admin discovers that an OSPF network, OSPF? Open shortest path first, right? Open shortest path first. Okay. During a routine network audit, discovers that a OSPF network with multiple areas is experiencing frequent convergence, leading to temporary routing instabilities. The network is designed with a backbone area and several other areas connected to it. The admin suspects that the issue might be related to the OSPF configuration. What aspect of the OSPF configuration should the administrator investigate first to address the frequent reconvergence? Oh man, I don't know enough about OSPF to know which ones are obviously wrong here. Investigate first? If you're doing like a divide and conquer thing on the OSI model, you would probably do it closest to where OSPF is, but I don't know where OSPF is on the OSI model. Is that even what it's called? Is it over for me? Okay, cool. Investigate first to address the frequent reconvergence. What should you examine first? I'm inclined to say 3 because that seems like, because you would check like physical stuff first, right? If you're, okay, I'm gonna go for 3. I could be wrong. It could be 1 because it's longer. I'm gonna go for 3. Okay, cool. Okay. You have purchased a solar backup power device to provide temporary electrical power to critical systems in your data center. Should the power provided by the electrical utility company go out. The solar panel array captures sunlight, converts it into direct current, and stores it in large batteries. The power supplies on the servers, switches, and routers in your data center require alternating current to operate. Which electrical device should you implement to convert the DC power stored in the batteries into AC power? I should know this. This is what this is what happens when you charge a battery, right? It goes from AC power to DC. and then the DC power goes into the battery. Am I crazy? Like that's what happens inside of a little power brick. Like that's the stuff it needs in there. Is it an inverter? What's the thing in a microwave that kills you? What's the thing in a microwave that kills you? Is it an inverter? Or, wait. No, I think it's the transformer that kills you in a microwave. And maybe the transformer is the thing that converts AC to DC? Because an inverter, doesn't that just, like, do something else? I gotta go for transformer. It was inverter! Hold on, wait. Thing that kills you in microwave. No, like thing, I guess, in microwave disassembly. What? I should just be able to... Okay. Man, if I took that DC electronics class in college, I would have known. For AC to DC, we use a rectifier. That's not what any of the options were. Please tell me I took a screenshot of that, dude. I didn't. It's over. Dude. Okay. Okay, so a transformer is the thing in a microwave that kills you. Okay. So the cable runs are in close proximity to several electrical power cables and fluorescent lights. That'd be EMI. You'd be worried about EMI. What is the primary function of forwarding at layer 3 in a network? Forwarding? So that's like what the router does? I guess routing packets based on IP addresses, right? Because it's a router. I'm gonna get two-way. Oh, it's converting DC to AC. Whoops. Okay, I see. So I guess the thing that converts DC to AC is called an inverter, and I should just know that, frankly. I just haven't looked into electronics at all. A small office is planning to set up several IP cameras for security purposes. The IT manager wants to ensure a clean setup without running separate power lines for each camera. The office network includes a switch that supports the PoE Plus standard, which the following is the most appropriate solution for powering. Expanding e-commerce business is experiencing rapid growth in online transactions. Okay. They're upgrading the firewall. Oh, that would be a web application firewall? Really? Why not? Isn't an e-commerce business, isn't that a web application? Am I crazy? Web application firewall. Am I misunderstanding? Sure, yeah. Is the reason why... Sorry for anyone watching the VOD that got spooked by that. I have a bunch of hoodies in the dryer, so I'm going to grab them really fast. My hoodie isn't dry yet. That pink hoodie I wear, I tried putting it on, and as I was putting my arms through the sleeves, it was still a little damp. I'm going to use the restroom really fast. Okay. Oh man. Sure, I see. Okay. I guess it did ask for the state, like the state of each connection, which implies a stateful firewall, which makes sense. I mean, a lot of the time, you know, that the answer is sort of in the question, and so I just had to kind of look out for that. Maybe Wireshark. Oh, I have to reset my timer. I forgot. Enterprise Mobility Management Suite primarily used for in a bring your own device environment. Enterprise Mobility Management? Well, it's not 2 because it's talking about BYOD. I don't think it's 3 because that would be silly. I don't think it's 4 because it's specifically talking about BYOD and that doesn't prohibit it's got to be 1. Which VPN topology allows home workers and employees connect to the corporate network. That'd be client to site. You're preparing to deploy a new fiber optic link that requires minimal signal loss and very low back reflection. That'd be angled physical contact. What does the term advanced persistent threat refer to in the context of malware? Stateful inspection. A small retail store is looking to upgrade its security system. The store has a single entry point and a main sales floor that includes several high-value items on display. The store owner wants to ensure that the entry point is constantly monitored and that there is the capability to focus on any suspicious activity on the sales floor. What camera setup would best fulfill the store owner's requirements? A P to Z camera, yes. P2Z, a PTZ camera. So it's not 3. So it's either 1, 2, or 4. Yeah, just PTZ cameras everywhere. Because like, why wouldn't you want pan and tilt and zoom? I guess the problem is that if I don't know exactly how PTZ cameras work, but I could imagine like if somebody zooms in with a camera, like maybe the like recording of the camera sort of captures that zooming, and so you're sort of destructively removing like the stuff that's being cropped out of the camera, or the stuff that's like being zoomed in with. So I guess if you want to ensure the entry point is constantly monitored, it might not make sense to have a PTZ camera that's pointing at the entry point, because say somebody like wants to use the entry point camera to have like PTZ functionality, and it zooms into like a corner that's not at the entry point, and then they just don't change it, and then the camera's just recording this non-entry point area. So I think I could imagine. I could imagine affixed cameras with narrow focal lengths on the entry point, and then PTZ cameras on the sales floor. Single mode fiber optic network cabling. I mean, one is just true. Its central core is smaller. Yeah, I mean, that's just true. Okay. Which type of load balancer is capable of making forwarding decisions based on URL requests or data types like video or audio streaming? I feel like if it can tell it's video or audio streaming, it would have to be layer 7. I don't even know if there were layer 7 switches. Are there? Application level switches? Okay, I think that's a red herring. It's gotta be layer 4. Because layer 2 is data link. And I guess data link is switches, but I think there are, like if you have like a managed switch, that could be described as like layer 4, right? Because it's not exclusively doing data link stuff. I'm gonna go for 1. Really, layer 7? What would a layer 7 switch even look like? It's on the application layer. Maybe I should know about this. Hold on. Maybe it's a red flag that I don't know about this. Hold on. Layer 7 switch. Okay, sure. Um... I... Cool. I'm gonna check eBay. My headphones are supposed to arrive today, so I keep checking the USPS tracker to see if there's any updated information. Ugh, yeah, it just says that they'll arrive before 9, which is fine, like I'm fine with that. And I tend to go to bed at around like 8 to 9, so like it'll definitely come when I'm awake, but like still like, you know, it always says it'll arrive by 9 p.m. and you're always hoping that means like 11 or 10 a.m. right? But usually it means like 8:30. Alas, 8:30 p.m. that is. A multinational corporation with headquarters in New York and branches in London, Tokyo, and Sydney needs to ensure seamless data communication between all its offices for real-time collaboration and file sharing. That'd be a WAN. Yeah. Hold on, there's something up with the robot vacuum. The problem solved, it was just up against the scale. Whenever we run the vacuum, you have to take the scale and like put it on the counter of the bathroom, because otherwise it freaks out. Multinational corporation with its headquarters in New York and branches in... Oh, that'd be a WAN, right? But I don't know. It talks about seamless data communication between all its offices. So, like, is that referring to storage? And it also talks about file share. I don't know. Real-time collaborate. I'm going to go for WAN because that... Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, because the storage area network is, like, in the context of a data center, right? Like, it has, you know, like... block level storage over the network. You're setting up a new office for a software development company that requires high-speed internet access for large data transfers and secure connections to multiple networks. The office is equipped with both copper and fiber optic infrastructure. You're selected for NICs. Okay, it's not 4. It's not 1. It's not, okay, it's gotta be 2, right? SFP? What type of connectors do small form factor pluggable, do SFP transceivers use? It's not SC or LC because that's fiber. I think MPO is also fiber. What? Like, what do you mean, what type of connectors do SFP transceivers use? Like, this is such a strange question. Like, LC? Like, can't SFP also use fiber and Ethernet and, like, coax and all these other things? Like, isn't that the whole gambit with SFP? What? Okay, that makes sense. Maintaining an asset inventory in an organization. What can dynamic routing protocols allow routers to do? Effective range? Effective range of a cellular base station. Okay. Is that different from like a cell tower? Cell base tower or a cell. Okay, it's no different from a cell tower. Oh, it's just like a area. It's just an area where cellular enabled antennas are. Technically possible. Okay. An enterprise network has been experiencing erratic performance issues that have been difficult to diagnose. Network admins have noticed that certain routes within the network become intermittently unavailable, leading to packet loss and increased latency. This behavior is sporadic and does not correlate with any specific network changes or patterns of usage. Upon closer examination, it was observed that the issues coincide with rapid changes in the status of one of the network interface. Oh, it's flapping. A network engineer is troubleshooting connectivity issues in a network. The engineer suspects that there might be a problem with the routing of packets to a specific destination. To confirm this, the engineer decides to analyze the IPv4 datagram headers of packets being sent to that destination. Which field in the IPv4 datagram header should the engineer examine to determine the destination of the packets? Which of the following controls is an example of a physical access control method? That would be... I mean, locks on doors seems like the most... Oh, physical access control? Well, it's definitely not passwords or background checks. Wait. Physical access control. I think if it's referring to access control, that might actually have to do with smart cards. Really? What? Okay, I should have just, gone with my gut. I'm actually going to do a typing test. I'm feeling pretty confident right now. That's pretty good. I started off really fast. By the first error. Yeah, okay, I see. It's so over. Okay. My gut reaction was to go for locks on doors. But what made me choose smart cards was... My gut reaction was to go for locks on doors was the question asking specifically about access control. And I suppose I find smart cards to be more aligned with access control than door locks. Aren't smart cards also physical? Like, physical access control? Right, okay. I guess that makes sense. VLAN tagging for... What might unexpected client disassociations indicate if there's no roaming interface, interference, or standard support issue? Effective range up to 5 miles. Locks on doors. If your laptop supports both IPv4 and IPv6, why would you need to use any special technology to connect to the server? Like, can't you just connect to the server with IPv4? I guess it's asking... It must just... Like, why did it even mention the custom application? Connections to the server that use the custom application use IPv6. I mean, I'm gonna guess 6 to 4 because that would make the most sense. Really, my Rideau. I don't know if it's address translation. I'm not gonna type that. Is a Torito tunneling client designed to allow full IPv6 connectivity to computer systems which are on the IPv4 based internet, which have no direct connection to an IPv6 network. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. I don't think this is a question that matters. Oh, which client soft? 6 to 4 only runs on routers. Oh wow, thank you, Madeline. Good luck on your final, though. That's exciting. I mean, I know you completed it, but I hope you get a good grade on it. And thank you. I'm actually graduated. I actually graduated like in May or June. It was like a 2-year program, but I'm just working on certifications now. I'm working on like my Network Plus certification currently, and I'm going to be working on my Security Plus certification. But I did the classes like just under a year ago, so I'm just studying for them now. So I actually did graduate, but yeah, no, I'm just doing cert stuff. Thank you, Madeline. That's very nice of you. Oh wow, that's awesome. My what when I had graduated from my 2-year program, I think I completed. God, I was really not taking college seriously near the end, which is a very very bad thing to do. But the like one of my last classes, it was like a what even was it? It was like a network operating systems class, and I thought it would be easy, but it was like talking about like using um, like Cisco like router operating systems and stuff, and it was really weird. And I think I passed that class by like 1%. Like I would have failed that class, and so I'm very lucky that I was able to graduate. And you know, it was funny because when I got my diploma, it felt like really silly. Like it felt like it felt like I had to like cheated. I had cheated to get this diploma or something because I had only passed the class by 1%. But it's really good that you're passing with A's and B's. Like I think that's really valuable, and I did that for a long time. Like especially in high school and like early college. Like I think it's probably good to get good grades. It's probably a good thing. It's good that you're doing that. Um, This is silly, probably. Accounting. Actually, I remember seeing a video about how there aren't enough accountants. Like, accounting is getting less and less popular with like among younger people, and so it's actually becoming a bit of a problem because there aren't like enough accountants in there aren't enough accountants in the workforce, and a lot of like accountants are like aging out and they're retiring, so like there's sort of an accountant shortage, and so companies are having to start maybe paying a little more. Like accounting seems like a very sort of lucrative and stable position, but I could be wrong. Like I could be way off. I don't know enough about accounting, but I remember watching a video about how like there aren't enough young people in accounting, and how it's kind of a dead field. I see. Okay. That's really interesting. I mean, it's good that you're, making change that you want to see in the world. Accounting is really valuable. I mean, it's important that companies don't break the law, intentionally or unintentionally. What are you saying? What made it think I would know what this is? Emphasizing that every element in a story be necessary. I see, okay. Got my associates in math and went for accounting because I wasn't sure what to do. I actually really enjoyed it, and I made some great friends, since we all need the same classes. Math is really cool. I think there's a lot of value in mathematics. I think, I don't know if you know who Sylvian Franklin is, but he's like a guy my age who's like smarter than me, and I like watching his videos because he seems to be. I like his insights, and he's a mathematics major. He's doing like a bachelor's in mathematics at I think University of Vermont, I believe, and he talks about how like the more you study math, the more it changes the way you like view the world, because to do math, like if you really want to lock in on math, you kind of have to stop thinking. And I could be wrong, right? I'm not a mathematics major or anything. I'm not like studying math. And I'm not doing accounting, right? So I actually don't know. Okay, don't take me seriously. Take this with a grain of salt. I don't know anything, right? But it's like from what I heard from this guy who's doing a mathematics major, not like an accounting major, is that when you're doing math, and you're sort of storing it in your mind as like a series of essentially like trivia to memorize. Like you're thinking of it as like a bunch of essentially just algorithms to memorize, and then when when you're faced with a question, you can answer it because you know this like algorithm or equation, right? If you think about it in that way, the higher up you get into math, like it becomes exponentially more difficult, to the point where a lot of people like they kind of get out of math and they're like, I can't, this is too difficult, right? But if you really lock in on math and you want to maximize like how good you are in like sort of the later stages of learning mathematics, you've really got to get like first principles thinking. And once you learn how to do first principles thinking like in mathematics, and just like thinking about stuff in like sort of an arborescent sort of structure, like that of a tree, like ideas connected like that of a tree, you can sort of view the world in like a bunch of different ways, and how mathematics, it sort of seems silly, but it actually teaches you like a lot of logic and first principles thinking that you can apply into your real life. That's why I like it a lot, because I had a hard time with some of the abstract thinking. I just want stuff I can know super well. Yeah, exactly, right? Like like abstract thinking is super valuable, and a lot of people they don't find it like pragmatically very useful. But as I've gotten older and like a little bit wiser, it's just like wow, there's a lot of value in having sort of an abstract sort of baseline to which you can like sort of think about other things like through the lens of. And a lot of people just think like through pattern recognition, right? Like a lot of people just sort of think things, and they sort of have like these constellations of ideas, and they don't really think things through logically, which is fine. Like, you know, it works for most people, but it, you know, you really can't get into the weeds on anything if that's your basis, you know, and it's a shame, you know. I mean, it's very low information. Maybe I'm being a little elitist, but you know what I'm saying. But I think that's a really wise insight about like abstract thinking is so wise. I think it's super wise to like really try to force yourself to like really think abstractly, because it's just so valuable. Like I feel like it's so much more valuable than people think. This is interesting, though. I had no idea that this was a... I didn't know this was a thing. Like, it makes sense. Like, they talk about, like... I guess it's sort of a... You know, you hear the thing about how, like... Oh, why in English class am I being forced to talk about, like, the meaning of, like, the curtains being blue? Like, oh, maybe the curtains are just blue, right? And it sort of is a thought-terminating, like... anti-intellectual, like anti-humanities sort of mimetic idea, right? But you know, really, like if something is mentioned in a story, like before something's written in a book, it's gone through like multiple rounds of like editing and changes, and there ends up being a reason for everything being in, you know, a text if it's like, you know, very intentionally and well written, right? So, you know, there's a reason they mentioned that the curtains are blue, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't have been in there. And so it's the same thing with this question, right? Like, God, somebody starts talking in chat and they start just like rambling and rambling. No hate to you, Madeline. Like, I'm very interested in what you have to say, but it's also like, you know, I find any excuse to to not be paying attention to my flashcards. And I just start rambling as an excuse for me to not do any work. TLS. I mean, TLS is usually in the context of HTTPS, right? Which is in the application layer. Session layer? I guess so. What is the OS? Hold on. Yeah, hello. That's really... yeah, hello, yes. I gotta start doing that streamer thing where, like, when somebody says something in chat, I say what they said in chat, and then I answer the question. Because apparently it's good for, like, the VOD or whatever. But I'm not doing that. I'm not a degenerate live streamer. I'm not... You know, I refuse to be part of the live stream industrial complex where I conform to these market demands. How often do you get people in chat? Probably. Usually, I usually get at least like 3 chat messages per stream, probably. But throughout the stream itself, I get about like 18 views throughout the whole stream, so like 18 individual people end up looking at the stream. But usually like 1 or 2 of those people are in chat, and it's usually just like, usually it's them like trying to answer a question that's in the flashcard, which kind of sucks actually, because like if they do it before I answer the question, like they've just sort of answered the question for me, which is like against the whole idea of the... There's actually, at the bottom, there's supposed to be this disclaimer here, which I've actually removed because, say I do a large language model prompt, right? It's actually kind of, say it gets like particularly long, right? It kind of gets in the way of the prompt. Oh my God. Well, that's a bad example, but it gets... You see what I'm saying? Like there's a thing here and it messes it up. But yeah, that sort of thing is why I have the disclaimer, because it's like, oh, I'm not, I tend to not read the chat, you know, because I just want to warn people. Yeah, right. Being a yapper. Yeah, like usually there's a couple people per stream who come in, and they usually just try to answer the flashcard questions, or you know they try to motivate me in some way, which you know is valuable. I appreciate it. Like there's a reason I don't have the chat off, you know, because it's fun to be able to talk to people in sort of a live fashion like that. But there's also a pretty decent amount of people who are like just like scammers, you know. It's so crazy how bad the spam problem on YouTube is. Like people usually just come in, and it's because I have cryptocurrency donation links in my description. Like I don't know exactly how they find that out. Like I don't know if it's through like the API or what, but like you know, people always come in and they're like, oh, I love this new Solana project, and it talks about like this stupid like shitcoin. So you know, occasionally there's like spammers or scammers. But sometimes it's just people like trying to answer flashcard questions or you know, trying to motivate me. Not a component of fully redundant server configuration. Single network card? Which agreement is most likely to be used between two companies to protect shared sensitive information? Between two companies? Would that be an NDA? Yeah. What factor is considered when there are identical paths with equal administrative distances? What is a metric value? Factor when there are identical paths. So this is referring to like something like OSPF, or like a sort of like choosing what route, like in sort of a redundant setup, like what route to choose. Identical paths with equal administrative distances to a destination. I'm gonna say the path with the shortest prefix length, because I vaguely remember a question like this having an answer like that, but I could be wrong. The path with the highest metric value. I'd rather look at Cisco resources. It doesn't even mention metric value. Can I do Each possible path is assigned a metric value by the routing protocol, which indicates how preferred the path is. If you're interested, sometime I can show you some of my accounting problems to see what type of stuff we have to learn. Yeah, that would be interesting. I don't even know what, I can't even begin to know what would happen in accounting. My final had 7 short answer problems that took a lot of studying. I see. Yeah, I suppose I am interested. Like you can put one of the questions, well, one of the accounting problems in chat, and I could see what you mean. Because I know so little about accounting that I can't even begin to imagine what one of the questions on an accounting final might be. Yeah, right? Like, you know, I guess the nice thing about accounting as a field, well, maybe this is a bad thing, is that, you know, nobody ever thinks about accountants until something has gone wrong, right? Like, if all the accountants are doing their job properly, nobody ever thinks about accounting, you know? You never have to account for accounting. Okay, how preferred the path is. Always the lowest metric value is preferred. So it sucks when I accidentally press a button because the flashcard goes away. of VDSL over maximum asymmetric link of VDSL. Okay. VDSL. Okay, cool. Very high speed digital describer line. Okay, sure. And the fastest maximum asymmetric link speed is 52 down and 6 up. That's just something I should memorize. That's just one of those memorization questions. Array of satellites positioned in low Earth orbit. Well, I know low Earth orbit, like a low Earth orbit sort of satellite thing would be something like Starlink. And so I'm inclined to say something like 1 because I know with Starlink there's like a motor in the antenna that makes it like track the satellite in the sky. I mean, I guess these are kind of the same answer, but this is just like different ways of framing it because this is from like the satellite's perspective and this is from the customer's perspective. I'm gonna go for this one because it's longer, but yeah, okay. And it's Myrdo. Does TLS? That would be the session layer, and then the path with the lowest metric value. Is okay. So it was 2, right? The path with the highest. Okay. Be right back. I'm gonna try and see if my hoodie is dry, and I'm also gonna use the restroom, so I'll be like 4 minutes, probably. Like 3 or 4 minutes. my hoodie isn't dry yet, which is just so insane. I wear these really thick, like double layered hoodies because they're really nice. But one drawback with them is I put them in the washing machine, and it requires, and I like to dry them on low because it's better for the garment, right? Supposedly, and so I put it in the dryer, and it takes like 6 cycles to dry this hoodie. It's so bonkers. Okay. Okay, so the question is just wrong here. Okay, I'm gonna have to discard this. Yeah, because it literally says here, always the lowest metric value is preferred, and then in this question it's like, oh, which one is preferred? And it's like the highest metric, which is very strange. Okay, I'm glad I wasn't the wrong one there. Highest metric value, which I don't think is true. Okay. On January 1st, 2022, Hobart Manufacturing Company purchased a drill press at a cost of $36,000. The drill press is expected to last 10 years and has a residual value of $6,000. Some of the other stuff gives information like beginning inventory, sales, discounts, etc., and you have to calculate the ending inventory. I see. Any other problems are either too long to copy paste, or you just have to see the actual solution to appreciate what the problem is asking. I see. Okay. So is the utility in the question just to see, so is the utility in asking questions like that just like, oh, you have to make sure, like, oh, you have to, like, just making sure you can keep track of multiple things at once and making sure that you can, like, account for, in accounting, just making sure you have to, like, making sure you have to account for, like, all of these different things that you have to keep track of, and you also have to do, like, all the math regarding, like, you know, sales and discounts and, you know, inventory. I have to, that's really interesting. Is that the utility in that? Like, is that what the value is in asking that question? That is really interesting, though. I work at a company where the office, the part where I happen to, like, there are multiple, like, branch offices, and the branch I happen to work at is the same branch where the controller works, which is pretty cool. So I don't know, her job seems very difficult. And, you know, it's pretty interesting. She also owns a significant portion of the company, I believe. Yeah, they all solve the same with different numbers, so you should be capable of knowing the solution. I see, okay. That's really interesting. Wow. Shout out accounting. Accounting's awesome. I feel like accounting is like a really underrated profession because it doesn't pay terribly. Like, it's a pretty skilled profession. You have to keep track of things, you know, and you could, you know, become a controller, and that pays particularly well. I guess it's a little silly to say you can become a controller because that's saying to me, like, oh, you can become a CTO, right? Or well, there's some sort of significant flying creature in my room. Like a bug, but it's not like a fly. There's like a not fly in my room. I don't know if it's like a moth or something. The way it's sort of flying around implies that it's a moth, but I actually don't know what it, I kind of want to kill it. Because I don't want a non-human in my room. I'm gonna try and kill this thing. Oh, it is a fly. Is it? I don't know what that is. There's like a thing in my room. Dude. Okay, I killed it. One sec. I am in intermediate accounting 1, so this is the third accounting class. I see. Before that, was it beginner accounting 1 and 2, and then the third class was intermediate accounting 1? I see. Okay. Oh man, so well if the third accounting class is the one that starts weeding people out, presumably if you do the beginner accounting classes, those credits can be used for other degrees, right? Like if you get to intermediate accounting 1 and you realize like, oh wait, I really don't want to do accounting, like hopefully, and I don't know the specifics of your school, right? But like hopefully it's like, oh, you can you can switch to this other major, and the work that you did in the beginner accounting classes can be really useful, right? Hopefully, right? How are communications between VLANs facilitated? Through a okay. Okay, it's not 1. It's not 4. It's gotta be 3. Because it's the only one that starts with 132.66. Yeah, okay. The project manager is preparing a team to set up cabling infrastructure in a new building to create patch cords. A punch down tool puts it onto the back of a patch. A fusion splicer is only for... I've actually used a fusion splicer during my fiber optics class, which is very neat. Even business major has to take the first 2, so I believe it's definitely easier. But I know a lot of people who actually think it's quite difficult. I see. Okay. So it's like, say you want to go into accounting, so you do the beginner 2 accounting classes, and then you're like, and then you got to intermediate accounting, and you're like, wait, I don't want to do this. And then you can switch to a business major, which is nice because you've already done the accounting classes. Pretty much the only people who get past that know by then that they like it or are considering switching. I see, okay. And when you say they are definitely easier, are you referring to the beginner accounting classes? Like a lot of people consider them difficult, but it's just like relatively easy when compared to intermediate accounting? To create patch cords? When an offered IP address is not already in use. Broadcast an address resolution protocol? So that's essentially sending out a bunch of MAC addresses, and then everybody else, as like sort of a broadcast thing, you send it to every MAC address, and then it's like, hey, what IP do you have? And it sends the IP back. So like, but would the client do that? Like, would a client do ARP? I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense, really, because I don't know what else a client would do. Like, I don't know if DHCP. I'm gonna go for 2. Okay, sure. We all have to take a lot of the same core, and then the final semester we have a capstone course covering accounting, economics, marketing management, information systems. Okay, I think we have to take a test covering pretty much all of the business core to graduate. I see. So like really the accounting class is kind of like a business class, but with a bunch of accounting stuff too. And so for the people who don't want to take intermediate accounting, they're essentially just doing the business part, which isn't presumably isn't that difficult. There's this meme, right, where it's like there's like a tweet. I formally apologize for the iFunny watermark at the bottom, but it's like this, right? You know, everybody who doesn't want to do who does the accounting class and is like, oh, I'm going to switch to business, and then all their classes are just are just this. I mean, nothing but love to business majors, right? You know, I'm sure they're going to be very successful small business owners, right? But I really want to get into economics. I don't know. Yeah, okay. I'm happy you you know, I've never walked past a business class, so I don't know if the meme is correct or not. So I'm happy you're able to you know, back me up on that. Which of the following statements correctly describes the use of canonical notation in IPv6 addresses? Oh wow, there's only 3 answers on this one. That's pretty unusual. Oh, it's just referring to like. Okay, it's definitely not 3 then. Allows multiple contiguous series of zeros in an IPv6 address to be replaced by double colons. That's not true. It's got to be 1. The other day, I sent my friends a screenshot of a problem I solved and said that everyone makes fun of business majors, but they never had to deal with abnormal spoilage in their inventory. That's actually kind of true. Man, it's so crazy. Like, I was just speaking about this with my online buddies yesterday. Like, it's so astonishing how many, like, how much complexity there is to everything. Like, I always used to sort of think that there was, a lot of particular value and, like, depth in, like, STEM subjects. Particularly surrounding like computer stuff, because that's just all I knew, and I happened to know enough about computer stuff to recognize like how much complexity there was in it. But with other stuff, like I just didn't really consider it. But particularly recently, like you sort of realize like, wow, like really everything has like infinite complexity to it. Like that, like I hadn't even considered accounting, and you know, as you were talking earlier, you know, people don't really even consider accounting. You know, if accountants do their job properly, and so it's just like wow, like I never really think about accountants, and it's like, you know, the best accountants think about accounting like just as much and with the same depth, you know, I would think about computers when I'm in a similar or like, you know, whatever cloud subjects or whatever I'm going to be doing when, you know, I'm in a similar career position as them. And it's just there's just so much complexity, and it's so surprising. It's insane because we don't even have to consider so many topics other than other people spending so many hours studying. Yeah, right? Like it's crazy. Like every single day you're surrounded by, you know, so many different people's like life's work, you know? like you're surrounded by so many people's like humanity's sort of collection of like knowledge, you know? And it's like just so bonkers. Like everyone's worked so hard for the world to be the way it is now, and it's just so crazy that it's so easy to take it for granted. You know, humans are very good at acclimating to their surroundings, and so when you're surrounded by these wonders of, you know, like supply chains and technology, like it's easy to become used to it, but it really, like when you think about it, it really is astonishing. It really is crazy. I think as well people judge based on what people don't know, as if that means anything when there are so many subjects, right? Yeah, like this happens like when I was talking about the company I'm at with the controller, like, and I love the engineers I work with, right? But there is sort of and this is the same with a lot of technology subjects. Like a lot of people who are into computers are about this, are like this too. But like, and again, nothing but love to the engineers, and I don't think they do this intentionally, and they're very nice to me broadly. But like very, very occasionally, I do notice something where like an engineer is talking to me or someone who's not like doing engineering, right? Like civil engineering, or like technically it's hydraulic engineering. I honestly I don't I don't know enough about engineering to like give qualifications like that. But sometimes they're talking to people who aren't as engineering inclined, and they sort of speak in a certain way that it's not like judgy, right? But it's like you have to. It's like that XKCD comic, right? Right? Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. So like, a lot of the time when I see engineers interacting with like these normal people who are just doing like HR or whatever, they tend to do like this sort of thing where they overestimate what people know, and when you overestimate what people know, it gets really easy to become condescending, because it's like I'm talking to people and I realize like, oh wow, these people don't know what like an IP address is, right? And it's like, oh, like, and and it's a lot of work, and I think there's a lot of value in like not being condescending to things that like to you seem very simple. Like there's a lot of value in that. This is such an I love XKCD because like it's been going on for so long, but it's like how the Simpsons have predicted everything, because there's just been so many Simpsons episodes. Like it's the same sort of thing. Like there have been so many XKCD comics. You could do one for anything, really. The network admin wants to ensure that only authorized employees can access the network, and that the authentication process is secure and reliable. The network admin decides to implement an authentication method that can support multiple types of authentication protocols and technologies. That'd be EAP. What role does a resolver play? I don't think it's 2. I don't think it's 3. It hosts zone records. Resolver sort of implies like doing actions. Like I don't think a resolver would like hold things in that way. I think it's Prov 4. That's why social skills are so important. And we have to take a few different classes focusing on communication. I remember there was a... Hold on, I can open up my notes because I took classes on it, and I forget exact. Ooh, not OBS. Give me a sec. Yeah, so I remember I near the beginning of like when I during my first like quarter or semester of college, I was doing like a business class. Like I was taking this super simple like business class, and then I was also taking this project management class later in my college, and a like very significant portion of it was talking about like how important it is just to communicate properly with people. Like frankly, that was like half of both classes. Like it really is just talking about like communication and that sort of thing. And I think frankly, it's a little funny that people in technology are the ones who like tend to discount a lot of these like more communications focused fields, like business or that sort of thing, like how important it is to have social skills, because those like more STEM inclined people tend to be the people who are condescending to people who don't know what information they have, and so or condescending to people who don't have the information that the person doing the condescension has, right? Or condescension, I don't know if that's a word, but yeah, like especially in accounting, being friendly and personable is valued, since a lot of accountants are more introverted. Like exactly, right? Like it's just so common for like more STEM focused people to be so like disrespectful to people who don't know what they know, right? Because they think like what happens is these people spend time learning this thing, and then they like attribute sort of inherent value to the difficulty in learning this thing, and so they think like, oh, I've spent all this time learning this thing, I like therefore I am more valuable than you. And of course that's not like that's not like exactly what they think, but that's sort of the like one layer down, like that's what's going on, and it sucks because like like I don't know, it's just so crazy. It's so crazy. Like I remember my mom, she was talking about her experiences with like we had an old IT guy, and now my mom and I, we work at the same place. We had an old IT guy, and now we have a new IT guy, and my mom, she's not like, she's like better with computers than the average person her age, because my dad has done computer stuff his whole life, and so just through osmosis, my mom knows a lot of stuff about it too, like relatively more than the average person her age. But she still occasionally has to talk to the IT guy because he's right next to her, and they could just like he could just like easily help her out with stuff. And she talks about the difference between communicating with like the old IT guy and the new IT guy, and how she really appreciates that like the new IT guy really doesn't make her feel stupid, which is like a big problem. And it's sort of exemplified when I was doing my CompTIA A+ studying, which I have the certification for now. But a lot of it is just talking about like how to interact with customers in an IT environment, and how important it is to not make someone feel dumb because they don't have this like, from their perspective, like very esoteric information about how like a piece of software works, which from your perspective is like second nature, right? I love playing puzzle games with friends, and I'm definitely guilty of getting frustrated when people don't get something I think they should. Oh yeah, for sure. Like it's so easy to like it's such an incomprehensible bias, like viewing the world through your perspective. Like it's so, this sort of thing is why I'm getting into like rationalism and like less wrong and stuff. Like yeah, less wrong developed from overcoming bias. An earlier group focused on human rationality. Yeah, like the whole idea around less wrong was like considering your own biases and like forming your opinions around making sure that nothing super negative comes from viewing the world through your own perspective. And I think that sort of thing is just so valuable. I'm gonna check if my headphones have arrived. Hold on. They're supposed to arrive before 9, and it's noon right now, so they probably haven't. But let me just double check. Yeah, no, nothing new. That's fine. Why is it important to consider the 2.5, 2.4 versus 5 that client devices support? During a routine network audit, Yeah, that's why it's so important to have these conversations, and I'm glad I decided to watch your stream today. Thank you, Madeline. Yeah, I appreciate the conversation, and I appreciate the viewership. The world is beautiful. I love everyone. Significant amount of sensitive data traffic between two critical servers. Okay. A significant amount of sensitive data traffic between two critical servers is being rerouted through an unknown device on the network. Reveals that the ARP cache on both servers contains incorrect MAC to IP mappings. What should the analyst's next step be? Should be disabling. It's not two. Probably just one, right? Yeah. I always see your videos in my recommended with like 6 views, Lamau, and I don't watch a lot of them. I appreciate that you're so consistent with it. Oh yeah, I mean, I've been doing it for like 7 years. I think a lot of the consistency comes from the fact that I'm doing it more for myself than for other people. Like, if I had some sort of external motivation to record the videos, I wouldn't do it at all. But from my perspective, and this is actually really cool with the, from December 1st to December 25th, I do this, like sort of 24 days of Christmas series where I take out chocolate in the calendar. And it's cool because actually something I only do during this period of time is in the description, I actually have, you can see it, hold on. They're calling it the worst recommendeds of all time. But
What's up?
yeah, so in the description, I have my videos from December 10th of 2024 and 23 and 22 and 21 and 2020, so I can see exactly what I look like. So like this was on December 10th, 2025, and I can see exactly what I looked like 6 years ago on 2019. And this is what I looked like in this is when I was fat, which is a little crazy. But yeah, so it's something I only do for December because it's actually kind of difficult to do this thing in the description. But that sort of thing is why I do this YouTube channel, just so that I can look back on like what I was doing at a particular time. There's this Clips Phillip video. Yeah, this one. This video is really valuable to me because it talks about like this sort of, you may notice that I talk about how I've been doing Leo the PO for 7 years, and this video is really 7 years ago. I find a lot of value in like mundanity and like daily life and like just talking about your day and like what's going on, because day to day it doesn't seem like your daily life changes that much, but you think about your daily life 5 years ago and it's like way different, and it's because a bunch of like little changes in your life that like compounded a whole bunch. And this is essentially what this video talks about. It's just talking about how like he used to like very occasionally he would like record his desktop or like go on like these morning routines, which seemed very mundane, but you'd look back at them and it's like, wow, I was still using Windows 7, and so that sort of thing. Like on my computer, I actually have my I actually have it take a screenshot of all of my desktops every 5 minutes, and I've been doing it since 2020, and it's really neat because I can see whatever I was doing on my computer at any given time. Yeah, that's why I love using clipping software gaming with friends, because it's so fun to look back, and making YouTube videos is something with my friends I consider, but it just takes a lot of effort. That's true. It's something that my online friends have actually begun doing recently. They like very occasionally record videos and like they upload them to YouTube, and it's pretty interesting. I don't know. YouTube is really cool because it's like I feel like everybody has sort of thrown their hat into the ring, and it's sort of democratize like video creation, and I think that's really valuable. It's really interesting. I don't know. I haven't really given it too much thought, because it's also like YouTube also puts its creators into like an algorithm through the YouTube Studio app with like the video ranking and stuff. So like Jay Schlatt talks about this, right? Like as the YouTuber, you think you're running the Skinner box, right? And your viewers are the rats, when really YouTube is running the Skinner box, and the YouTubers are the rats, and then the viewers are like sub rats, and so it's kind of an interesting setup. Like it's really crazy. Like YouTubers are just as a slave to YouTube as the viewers are. That's why I really appreciate getting your channel recommended, because it was clear you were doing it for yourself, and I love stuff like that. That's true. Frankly, like all of my videos are Creative Commons, right? I can't put ads on them. And I think that sort of thing is definitely hoard screenshots and stuff to look back on. Like, let me actually bring up one of my old screenshots. I gotta make sure it's safe to open, right? Just to make sure it doesn't have any particularly sensitive information. But like, let me bring up a screenshot from like 2021, for example. Yeah, this is probably fine. Let me just censor Discord really quick, because I have Discord on my separate monitor in this screenshot. Boom, and that's probably fine, and that's probably fine, and... Yeah, okay, so like here's an example. So this was a screenshot from June 11th, 2021. And, you know, you can see I have my really old status bar up here, you know, where it was only 7 pixels tall. Of course, my current one is like, I think 14 pixels tall, and it looks a lot better. I was still using GIMP 2. I just recently upgraded to GIMP 3, and one of the more interesting things is YouTube. Like, YouTube looks so different. Like, they had a... like, it just looks so different. Like, all the icons are filled in, and, I think the dislike button had just been removed, so I was using return YouTube dislike, so that's why this like green and red bar was here. Or no, I don't think dislikes were removed. I don't know. I think I had a plugin that just like added this lightsaber bar, and everything like was in all caps. I don't know, man. YouTube looks so different, and like the search thing was square. Whoa. Hello? Why can't I? Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, I actually did, I don't know why I wasn't subscribed to Adam. I don't know if I'm still subscribed to Adam Neely. I don't know if I ever subscribed to him, but like in high school I was really into, in high school I did jazz band. I played trumpet. So, you know, especially back in 2021, I was really into, you know what, 2021, that was before I joined jazz band. So I guess I was sort of getting into, yeah, I don't know, this is a good video. I like Whiplash. Whiplash is a good movie, and it's also very inaccurate as to, you know, the, the average jazz band experience. How can an attacker manipulate STP during a VLAN hopping attack? Manipulate STP during a VLAN hopping attack. I mean, 3 is just sort of reframing the question. I don't think it's 2, because what do you mean inserting your switch into the network? I feel like it's gotta be 4. Really? What? Inserting their switch into the network. What do you mean? Oh man. I mean, there's nothing worse than the silent Discord VC, because it's kind of like mutually assured destruction a little bit. Like, it's like a game theory type thing. Like, you don't know, like, you don't want to like be rude and just leave, but like, I don't even know what Arc Raiders is. I've never seen any screenshot or video that I don't even know what Arc Raiders is. What is Arc Raiders? okay, it's like a third-person like shooter game. Generally favorable. Extraction shooter. They leave the underground base. 30 minutes during the raid. They encounter. Sure. I see. Is it like a friend slop game? Is it like a friend slop? Is it like a friend slop game? Not in like a derogatory way, but you know what I'm saying. Is it like what's it called? Where you're like, you know what I'm saying. I hope you know what I'm saying. Is it like a game you play with friends in like a group call, you know? But it's like made around the interaction with other players. Like, is it based around like co-op interaction in that way? Like, let's see if this why is there a Wikipedia article on this? What? Dude. I see, okay. Dude, what? I love user boxes. Like, no, like, yeah, these things. Yeah, here we go. It's like a um man, you got five weed ones. It's like I have a couple of these on my website actually. These 88 by 31 buttons. Yeah, like these sorts of things used to be very popular on like Web 1.0 websites, and I feel like this sort of the same sort of these sort of hold the same like cultural place as user boxes, and I feel like user boxes are like one of the only places you have these tiny raster images that like represent information. My friend gave me half the money to get Arc Raiders for my birthday because he was super excited about it. Some of his favorite games, he doesn't always have people to play with, so he has offered to get me multiple games to be able to play multiplayer. That's valuable. You know, sometimes I also financially compensate my friends to do things with me. I'm going to this stupid thing on the 20th, and it's, you know, my friend considered going there because I was like, hey, I'll pay for your ticket. I'm not really going to be going there with my friend. But, you know, he actually paid for his own ticket. But I feel like I'm inclined to say if I hadn't... he bought me Factorio pre-early because I said I would play. Factorio is an incredible game. I love Factorio. I think it's like my second most played game on Steam. I had like 800 hours. Like 800 something hours. It was pretty funny. Dude, shout out 88 by 30. Oh my god, there's so many. Oh my god. Dude. Okay. I actually made this one. This one's the the animals are leaving, the aliens are contacting us. You know, it's that. But I used Lanczos scaling to put it into like an 88 by 31 image. It was like an FFmpeg thing. It is, but once you get to the blue science, that's fair. I feel like past blue science, it's very, very. You kind of feel like it just gets so complex, and you have so many things to keep track of, and especially if you have like aliens on, like, dude, like, it's crazy. Of course, I mean, yeah, and there's so many people who like really care about the meta and stuff. I don't know. I just kind of do whatever. I mean, very occasionally, like I'm running into something, like I'm making like an iron smelter, and I'm like, I wonder what the best way to do this is, and I look it up. But like, aside from stuff like that, it's like I don't know, like just following instructions like that to me is kind of against the whole ethos of the game. Okay, so here it's referring to like mimicking a switch, and that's how you would manipulate STP. That makes sense. Was WPA's enterprise authentication used to authenticate against a network directory? I don't think it's DHCP. I don't think it's simple network management protocol. Because I don't think... Don't quote me on this. I don't think... Yeah, SNMP doesn't have anything to do with like network directories. So it's one of the IEE things. I'm pretty sure this is just Wi-Fi. So I feel like it's got to be this one. Okay. Three-player Elden Ring, and that was super fun. The mod actually works very well. That's really cool. I didn't know that Elden Ring had a multiplayer mod. That reminds me of I forget exactly what they're called, but like Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2, they have like multiplayer mods, and they're pretty fun. That and Balatro. Man, I haven't played Balatro. I might get into it. I don't know. Isn't it based off like a real card game? I think the reason I haven't played Balatro is because I also don't know the rules of the real card game, so I feel like it would be like more difficult for me to learn. But I've heard it's a very good game, and I see Northern Lion and play it a lot in clips, but I don't know what's going on. I'm just watching the dance. Really? Okay. I feel like everyone loves it. I feel like everyone is really into Balatro. Maybe I should play it. Maybe I should get into it. I don't know. It seems like a very valuable game. What type of access point requires a wireless controller? A wireless standalone? Lightweight. I'd pick it up. It's based on poker hands, but everything else is Balatro rules. I see. Yeah, Northern Lion is the GOAT. I was watching Northern Lion earlier today. I'm always watching, I'm always watching Librarian and such. Requires a wireless controller to function. I don't know who that is. Insen? Wow, I don't know who this person is. Maybe they're the GOAT. Maybe I should watch this person. Wow, awesome. Wow, this person makes really long videos. It's so shitty with the Network Plus stuff because you don't know what exactly is like a Network Plus thing and which thing is like a Cisco thing. And, you know, there's a lot of overlap in that Venn diagram, right? But I wish... Because, like, lightweight AP, like, I hate looking it up, and then there's no Wikipedia article for lightweight AP, but there is, like, a Cisco documentation page on lightweight AP. It's part of the Cisco Unified Wireless Network Architecture. It's an access point designed to be connected to a wireless controller. Oh, I see. So it's like... Oh, and is that what this was asking about? Yeah, it requires a wireless controller. Yeah, so it's like... The cool thing about wireless... I actually remember this pretty particularly from my Network Plus class. Like, a lot of the time, like, in a server rack, you might have a wireless controller, and essentially you have a whole bunch of different access points, which, you know, advertise like an SSID for Wi-Fi, you know, all across a building, right? And then they would all usually be powered by Ethernet, and then the Ethernet would go all the way back to the wireless controller, and the wireless controller is the thing that specifies, and then the wireless controller is the thing that specifies the specific, you know, settings for the wireless controller. I guess a lady was studying for all of my exams. The reason I'm studying so hard on this, and the reason why this flashcard set is so large, is because to do the Network Plus exam, it like costs money, and so I really don't want to waste my money, and so I really want to get it on the first try, which I did for the A Plus exam, but you know, that's why I'm studying so much for this one. I also have to use the restroom, and I also need to get my hoodies out of the dryer. Well, first I need to see if they're clean, so I'm actually gonna go for like 10 minutes. And also, you can don't feel obligated to wait. I'm just a mere live streamer, but I'm gonna go for like 10 or so minutes because I need to do a couple things. Be right back. Yeah. I have my awesome hoodie now. The world is beautiful. Oh yeah, okay. I know what that is. Router advertisements in the IPv6 address configuration process. I don't think it's 3. I couldn't live without hoodies. That's so real. I used to honestly not wear hoodies inside. What I used to do is, and I've had this since like 7th grade, I used to just wear this flannel, and then I used to not wear anything under the flannel because I was able to like really easily take it off and put it back on because I used to walk around shirtless a lot. But I don't know. I used to just wear that flannel a lot, but then I started wearing like shirts and hoodies, and I forget exactly why. I think part of it is because I got this glass mouse pad that is just a sheet of glass. Hold on. Right here. And to when I had my flannel and it would have like these buttons on my sleeve, it would like scratch up against the glass, so I started wearing my hoodie more often. It is a nice flannel. It's really old too. It's actually something I really like about it is that it actually has like quilt inside, and so it doesn't rub up against my skin in any alarming way. What is a common feature of modern load balancers? And this is a really nice hoodie too. It's difficult to signify this, but it's really thick and it's like double layered and it's really, really nice. I don't know. Like I don't know, it's difficult to quantify. Right, inserting your switch into the network. Oh yeah, I mean it's totally fine. You are, in all honesty, you are distracting me a little bit, but it's really a non-issue because I study like this all the time. Like I'm always studying this stuff. Like you can see my live streams. So like being, well, however, a little less productive because you know a very nice person is speaking to me about interesting things is like very fine. I mean it's the same thing with studying groups, right? Like it's like I mean I feel like a lot of people in studying groups are like a little less productive. But what's valuable is that like, you know, maybe being 10% less productive makes studying 60% more enjoyable or whatever. After identifying the problem, establishing a theory of probable cause, you'll successfully test your theory and determine the cause of the issue. Just finished establishing a detailed plan of action which involves replacing. I don't like studying groups because I get so distracted unless we're. Yeah, me too. Like I don't really like studying in groups either. But I think that's what the theory is behind studying in groups, right? It's been caused by that has been causing intermittent connectivity issues for several users. One guy in my class hosted a Kahoot review last semester, and I appreciated that. That is nice. There's a lot of value in like solidarity between students in that way. I guess implementing the solution, right? Requirements for horizontal cabling and a structured cabling scheme. Oh god. Okay, it's not 3. It's got to be 2. He's very smart, so it helped a lot. That's cool. Shout out smart people. Smart people are awesome. What is the primary purpose of a point-to-point link? Of a wireless point-to-point link? I guess... What? Exactly, right? That's what I'm wondering. Sometimes I got all of these when I made these flashcards, I got them directly from CompTIA training material, and very occasionally I would like select the wrong thing as the right answer. Okay. Here's what it means. It definitely feels weird to call it invisible airwaves physical, but strictly speaking about networking theory, it's accurate. Even though there isn't a copper wire, there is a physical medium carrying the data, radio waves. In the OSI model, layer 1 is the physical layer. This layer deals with the actual transmission involving voltage, light, or radio frequencies. Because those radio waves interact with the physical world, bouncing off walls, getting blocked by trees, or degrading over distance, it's considered a physical link. I have a friend who I'm pretty sure, really the CompTIA Network Plus certification? Or did they get the Cisco CCNA certification? Because they're pretty similar. But if they're getting the Network Plus, that's pretty cool. But also the CCNA is a little similar. It's just it's more focused on Cisco stuff. Ah, I see. Okay. CompTIA A+. Oh, me and your friend have the same certification. I did my A+ certification like last year over the summer, and right now I'm studying the Network Plus. on I think it's like r/CompTIA or something. They called it the trifecta, where it's the CompTIA A plus, and then the Network plus, and then the Security plus certification. And the idea is once you get those 3 certifications, that is the base level to where a company considers you competent without any work experience in IT. So like, you know, when you're trying to like get your foot in the door, it's valuable to get those 3 certifications because that proves competency without being like, oh, I have IT work experience, right? Instead of doing that, you could be like, hey, look, I have these certifications that, you know, are equivalent to that work experience. Oh, I see. I see in regard to the most recent message regarding, you know, working minimum wage and stuff. Guy who doesn't know how to spell equivalent. Guy who says equivalent all the time but doesn't know how to spell it. The wireless equivalent of, you know, making sure. Oh wow, I see. That's interesting with the ACT thing. I don't know what I wonder what the ACT. By the way, you just sort of implicitly confirmed that you are American, which I guess makes sense considering you're watching this live stream and you're probably watching it like in an American time zone, considering it's noon. But like, I don't know what the SAT equivalent is for that because I got just above average. Something really interesting about SATs. This might be a bit of a controversial opinion. This is especially a controversial opinion in you know, of course I'm in Seattle, right, and I have a progressive inclination broadly. But as far as I know, it seems like SAT scores, unstudied, broadly correlate with IQ scores, and IQ really just refers to, and of course, you know, if IQ was like a true measurement of intelligence, you shouldn't be able to study for an IQ test and like improve your score, which you are able to do. So it is sort of an invalid measurement, but it is sort of the measurement that is most correlated with broad intelligence, and it's probably the best way to measure intelligence that we have, but it's still kind of pseudoscientific and doesn't really, and is very sort of silly. But something interesting is that, you know, unstudied SAT scores tend to correlate with, you know, just IQ scores. And it's a little funny because, yeah, right? And so it's a little funny because there's a lot of, like, you know, back in the day, as far as I know, I think there were a lot of arguments to have, like, IQ tests be, like, a prerequisite for, like, college admission. And they were like, oh no, we can't do IQ tests, that's immoral. Let's just do this thing that just tracks to an IQ test. Let's just do this proxy to an IQ test. So then, you know, we don't do the immoral action of just having an IQ test for studying. And really, like, IQ doesn't really even matter. Like, the idea is that, like, I think the idea behind IQ is, like, the higher IQ is, it's sort of like the base, like, clock speed of your brain, essentially. It's just, like, the speed at which you're able to learn things and, like, the speed at which you're able to solve problems. When really, like, most people are at average intelligence, and half of those people are below average intelligence, right? By nature of how averages work, and so the thing you can really do is, and I think I'm frankly a rather average intelligence individual, right? And so the thing you can do is if you aren't like particularly intelligent, you can sort of compensate for that in knowledge. Like if you just become knowledgeable enough, you can. That just does the same thing as being intelligent. It's just you got to work a little harder because your base clock speed isn't as high. I didn't take the SAT or ACT because I went to community college first, and then I didn't need them to transfer. That's interesting. I took the SAT. I think I got like what's average? It was like average, and then I round up a little bit. 1024. I think I got 1060 or something. I remember. I think I got 1060, and then I looked up average IQ, average SAT score, and it was 1024, and I was like, okay, I got like slightly above average. I didn't study for the SAT at all. 1060 on the practice one. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I didn't really study for the SAT because I wasn't planning on, because we have in Seattle we have free community college out of high school, and so I was just planning on doing that, and it wasn't dependent on any sort of SAT scores or anything. So yeah, but if I was going to like a 4-year university, like if I was going to our local state school, I would have definitely studied more on the SAT. But also, I don't think, God, that sort of thing is so expensive. God, I don't know. I'm from California and did the same thing because it was free. Yeah, exactly right. Man, shout out education, dude. Oh my God, it's so crazy. It's so crazy how like education isn't everyone's number one priority. It's just so important having an educated population. God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so crazy. And Wi-Fi setups? Most commonly used? Most commonly used in Wi-Fi setups. I don't think it would be peer-to-peer. I don't know what an infrastructure network means. An ad hoc, I also don't really know what that means. But I know definitely there are a lot of people who like have a sort of mesh network set up for their Wi-Fi. But I don't know if that's the most commonly used. But I'm going to go for mesh network because I know that for sure has to do with Wi-Fi. But frankly, this is probably a wrong answer. Yeah, infrastructure network. What does that mean? Yeah, same with my parents. They just, they did want to help me. They did want to help me financially with my education in some regard, and I was able to pay. Like, I did have the opportunity. I did have the ability to pay, for some of those, for like all of those fees. But, they were very nice in that, they were able to pay for some of them, which is very, very, very nice of them. Infrastructure network. Dude, there shouldn't be one search result when I search the thing that the question is asking about. Oh God, yeah. I mean, it's so bonkers, like the loan structures and like how predatory these private college loans are. Like I think about a lot of my friends. Like sometimes I think about like, oh man, like what if I went to this like 4-year university, right? And I could have applied for scholarships and such, but I think a lot of household income based scholarships definitely wouldn't apply to me. And I think to myself, like I compare myself to these other people, and I think to myself, like, man, like they are probably going into, like, a lot of these people probably are going into a lot of debt to get to these state schools, and it's just so crazy. Like, I don't know, like to be saddled with that much debt and then out of school to be like maybe not even be able to get a job. Like, you're lucky you're going into accounting because that's like a pretty evergreen position, right? But like, especially the people who are going to like went into computer science because it was really popular like when they went into college, you know, and everybody else had the exact same idea, and now there's like a bunch of programmers and they're all being paid way less than they used to be. Like, God. Oh yeah, I mean, I loved community college, and it's just one of those, like, really the only value in going to like a real 4 year is just like the connections you get. Like, it's not as though they teach you any special information at a 4 year, you know, like, especially not anything that you wouldn't learn online. Like, a lot, like, everything's public, you know. And that definitely didn't used to be the case like back in the day. I'm pretty sure there was a pretty significant education difference between something you would get at a community college versus a 4 year, but yeah, right. And like, in regard to what you just said with you know, degrees like computer science, like, God, like, I don't know. And these people aren't even passionate about technology. This is like that GeoHot blog post. Man, shout out George Hotz, dude. Yeah, you like a lot of these people. Like, a lot of these people going into computer science never cared about the technology, you know? These people don't have a passion for technology. They're not interested. They're only in it for the money. And I think that's why, that's like what a lot of these computer science people are doing. Like, these people are mad. Like, I don't know. I'm these people are mad that they're going out of college with a computer science degree and they're mad they can't get a job. But frankly, these people just aren't passionate. They don't care. They went into computer science expecting money, and then they're out of college and they're not getting money, and they're like, what's going on? I thought this was the contract I signed, right? I thought, you know, I would go to college for 4 years and I would get the money job, right? Where they give me money, right? Because that's what I thought the whole point that's what I thought the whole point was. But these people aren't passionate about it. And frankly, it'd be you're probably more likely to go into a job just getting a degree that you end up being passionate in, rather than something that you think might make money. Like, there's this guy I know who who's going into biochemistry, and he's like really into chemistry and stuff. And, you know, I feel like being passionate about what you're studying is like so much more valuable than what you're studying having like a high median income out of college, right? Because if you're passionate about it, you're gonna make money. Like, that's just how it works. If you're passionate, and you got a network too, but, you know, just lock in. You know, you're fine. Just lock in. That and psychology are some topics that I really enjoy learning about, but I would never want to go into a passion for a job just because I feel I would end up hating it. I feel like finding something you can succeed in and be passionate about is usually better than picking something you have a passion for already. Maybe that's true. I don't know. It was something I definitely thought about when I was going into technology, like going into IT and stuff, because I really like doing server management stuff, like this Open Web UI thing. You know, I have it host on my own web server. Like, I love doing like server management and like, you know, infrastructure and stuff. Like, you know, I'm trying to get in like Docker swarms and stuff like that for like redundancy, and it's so interesting. And I was worried, you know, going out of college, like, man, is it really like, do I really want to like be doing something for a job that is something I really enjoy? And I decided to go for yes, because I'm inclined to say, I don't know, I was just thinking about like what I would want to do as a job, and I would much rather do something that I'm already passionate about than something I would find passion in. But also, like, it's entirely possible that's just because it was easier to like get into something I already knew about. Like, maybe it was just me sort of, I think a lot about this metaphor a lot, and it's not even like, it's like an image in my head and I can't really articulate it. It's like a path of least resistance, but it's like has something to do with like a rock and like a river and erosion or something. It's just like you sort of erode yourself down into like the path of least resistance, right? And part of me wonders if like did I really make a logical decision in getting into as a career what I'm into already, you know, like what I'm already passionate about? Or was that just me like going through the path of least resistance? Like music is one of my favorite things ever, and it's incredibly important to me. But I'd rather have a job that gives me time and money to enjoy those passions. That's true. I think that's kind of why I'm a bit of a word cell, you know, and I'm a bit into you know, making art and stuff with my thumbnails. Um, Maybe that was sort of just like an emergent behavior from pursuing as a job what I enjoyed already, would that being technical work. Like, I think there's a lot of value in like, no matter what, I think it's really good having your job not be the only thing you do. Like, I, you know, maybe I shouldn't say this because it's so common, and I feel like if like it wouldn't be so common if it wasn't valuable somewhat, but like, you know, it's a thing where it's like, you know, you ask someone what they do, and then they say what their job is, right? And it's like no, I didn't ask what you do for money. I asked like what you do with your time, you know, like not what you trade your time for to get money, you know. Um, like what do you do with your free time? Like what do you do? And then a lot of these people, they just say like look at Instagram Reels, right? And it's like, dude, like, oh man, like you really are like a cog, you know? Like, are you even conscious back there? Like, I don't know. And so it's just like, I'm being condescending, but it's shitty. I don't know. There's a lot of value in having things that you're into that aren't what you're doing as a career. And I totally agree with what you're saying about like music and stuff, but like having a job that gives you the like, that's so correct. That's so right. Okay, I'm gonna ask the large language model about this because there was only one. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna see if my headphones have arrived. Because they're supposed to arrive within the next, like, 8 hours. No, that's okay. Well, at least I know they're arriving soon. Oh, I see. It's referring to like infrastructure in ad hoc mode. I got Sony. I got these headphones. They're really nice. The default, well, the MSRP is $450, which is insane. So I got them used on eBay for $300. So, yeah. Oh yeah, they're really nice headphones. I don't know. I'll make a video about them today or tomorrow, or the day after, or the day after, or the day after, about these headphones when I get them, because they seem really nice, and apparently they're the best. Oh, I see. My only headphones are the AirPods Pro 1s, because my AirPods Pro 2 broke, and some Audio-Technica M50X headphones. Skull Candy's pretty good, though. I mean, you know, they're good for... this isn't a phrase anyone uses, but they're sort of like computer headphones, and they're nice like computer headphones. But these are really great. I don't know. I love Bluetooth. Like, I vastly underestimated how much I would appreciate Bluetooth later in my life. Like, I remember when the iPhone 7 came out and they removed the headphone jack and then they announced AirPods on stage, and I was like, oh, AirPods look so stupid. Why would you ever want these? Like, I remember making fun of them, but now I use my AirPods all the time, and it's like, wow, like, you know, they really, like, they really found the pocket in regard to finding what customers would find useful. You know, like, they really did know what customers would want before customers did in that regard. Oh, I see. These are really nice. In regard to like wired headphones, they're fairly good value for how high quality they are, and you know they're like audiophile headphones technically. But it's these and AirPods Pros that I use. Yeah. Wireless headphones because of having to charge them, but being able to walk around with them on it's yeah, like it's really crazy. Like with wired headphones, it really does tether you to the object in a way that you don't really think about until you have wireless headphones. It's like, wow, you know, when I have wireless headphones, I don't even need to take my headphones off when I'm, you know, going to the dryer to get my laundry. You know, it's like it's something you don't even think about until it becomes an option, and then it's like all you can think about. It's like, wow, this wire is so constricting. Like I feel like I'm like trapped in my computer right now, you know? Oh yeah, and I mean, frankly, audiophiles, I don't know, it's like a wine sommelier. It's like pseudoscience, you know? Frankly, I feel like all that really matters in regard to audiophile headphones is having like a flat frequency response curve, like if you really care about accuracy. But I don't know, like I was comparing headphones rating on Versus, and it's like, how do you ever even decide? I think there's a guy named Crinical, and he makes mostly videos on. He mostly sorts. Oh God, hold on. Could I just do Shopify? Would that make it work? Hold on. No. Okay, is it cloudflareinsights.com? Does that make it work? No. Okay, is it ajax.googleapis.com? Probably. Okay, cool. That's the one that made it work. Yeah, so this person does videos on Critical. He makes videos on IEMs mostly, like earbuds, but he also makes videos on headphones, and he has like these lists of like, you know, what would be considered like good headphones, like Critical approved, yeah, tested approved, and this is like, this means it's for sure good. So you can like sort by price, right? Price is lowest first, and you could be like, oh, you know, say you have like $80 to spend on these headphones. You can be like, oh, I can get these headphones for $80, and you know they're pretty good. I was complaining, yeah. These Crusher Evos have like a 53 out of 100, but I genuinely like them a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, right? Like there's this movie called The Postman that I really like, and it has a really low Rotten Tomatoes score. Like, it really, like, all that matters is like, you view the world through your perspective. So why should it matter how other people feel about a thing? Like, if you have something and you enjoy it, I don't see why, you know, some reviewer's opinion really matters. Though I get, you know, there is value in like recognizing a reviewer's opinion. Like, you know, it's undeniably true that a lot of these reviewers have had like the most experience with like the widest variety of products. So like they probably have a more qualified idea of like what constitutes like a good product. And also, you know, if you see a reviewer's opinions, if you see enough of their videos, you can sort of calibrate their perspective to your perspective, and you can like sort of imagine how you might feel about something based on like what this other person thinks about something. Yeah, he's album of the year a lot to look at album ratings, and it shows how subjective those opinions are. Yeah, of course, like it's so crazy how like many different people think so many different things. Like it's really what's your favorite album? I actually kind of like Fantano, because I'm able to do that calibration sort of thing. Like I know what my music tastes are, and I know what Fantano's music tastes are, and I'm usually able to be like, you know, if Fantano rates this a 6 out of 10, and he describes it like this, I might enjoy it, you know, or like if he rates it like a 9 out of 10 and he describes it like this, I might not enjoy it, you know. Take Me Back to Eden by Sleep Token. I see. You know, there's a lot of Sleep Token hate online. I don't know anything about them. They make like metal music. I don't know anything about metal. I listen to a little bit of Deftones. That's some good music. Is that metal? I don't know. I don't know anything about Sleep Token. People don't like Sleep Token. Why don't people like Sleep Token? Could you explain that to me from a Sleep Token fan's perspective? Because that's interesting. Which defining network security zones is subject to strict hardening configuration management policies where host user accounts. I don't know, dude. Network is subject to strict hardening and configuration management policies. Okay. Okay, the IP helper function be configured to forward. Which command outputs the active routing table? Isn't it show route? They make music that combines pop / rock / metal / R&B / jazz, and people get mad because they're considered metal because they're quite poppy. I see. Okay. Sure. Okay. So it's sort of, they're sort of doing some stuff for the sake of accessibility, but if you're like a real like metalhead, then it's like, oh, like why, like, oh, this is supposed to be like sort of an insular community. Like why are these people, you know, making this music more accessible and more interesting, you know, like you gotta, we gotta say super insular in my community. There's this fucking Luke Smith video. Luke Smith is this Orthodox Christian neo-Nazi freak. But he made some pretty good videos about Linux sometimes. They also blew up on TikTok. The song The Summoning came out. So band popular equals band bad with elitist a lot of time. I see. Yeah, no, Luke Smith is a freak, and he kind of stopped making videos because he like decided the internet was demonic or whatever. But he has this quote, I think in this video. Hold on. Yeah. Ugh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if I can bring this up so quickly. Oh, like genetically modified skeptic and stuff. Yeah, I don't remember. Like, I remember Luke Smith. Yeah, him and his wife. Yeah, he makes good videos. Yeah, genetically modified skeptic is awesome. He's a smart guy, and it's funny because he's sort of a. It's. He's sort of an interesting guy because there's not too many other people making like hardline like atheist content on YouTube because it's sort of a, you know, atheist content sort of died, you know, post Gamergate. But it's interesting that fuck. Did you see that? that was crazy. Yeah, they make good videos. Yeah, so I remember Luke Smith talking about like he was talking about like Void Linux or like some sort of suckless software, and he was reading like the website for this piece of software, and it was talking about how like, you know, this software is intentionally undocumented and sort of obscure to prevent like novice users from using it. And Luke Smith was like, this is awesome actually, because you don't want novice users using your software because otherwise they're just gonna, you know, lower the quality of your software by osmosis. And it's just like so shitty. Like, I don't know, like maybe there's some value in having novice users. What? Where did my tab bar go? There's supposed to be a tab bar here. Hello? I guess that's what I get for trying to use an experimental feature on my web browser. Oh well, I guess it's fine. Purpose of caching ARP results. I mean, the purpose of caching? I mean, what? I guess it means on what you mean by purpose. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Madeline. You're right. I mean, there's always going to be some weird fans if, you know, a band gets popular enough. I mean, these three are, like, all kind of true. Okay, I mean... Sure, I guess that's true, but, like, these are all three, like, kind of true. Like, they're all three, like, reasons why you would cache ARP results. Really? I didn't know they were anonymous. Huh. You know, that's kind of like SD Kid. What mitigates the risk posed by IoT devices? What mitigates the risks? I guess avoiding the use of Wi-Fi networks, probably, right? Or, I don't know, I mean, these are all sort of true. It came out in May, addressed it directly because of how parasocial people have been about it. That sucks. I mean, it's good that they made a song about it, but it sucks that people are being weird about their identities. But I think that's sort of the nature if you try to remain anonymous. Like, there will always be some people who, like, I don't know, like, see it as an invitation to, like, do investigative research, and they sort of don't realize that they're just, like, stalking people. Like, I wonder what percentage of stalkers are self-aware that they're stalking, because I think a lot of people are, like, genuinely under the impression that, like, they really just need to get through to this person. Like, they just don't understand. I wonder how many stalkers are like, oh, yes, I am a stalker, I'm doing stalking. Like, I wonder what the rate of people doing that are, because it's like, I bet a lot of these people who are like trying to figure out these people's identities don't even think they're doing anything wrong. Like, they're not even self-aware in that regard, and I think that sort of thing is just kind of unusual. Yeah, absolutely. And then it gets controversial when people feel like they're asking for it by putting themselves out there. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, there's a reason they're anonymous, you know? I don't know. I guess the ultimate sort of bomb here would be avoiding the use of Wi-Fi networks. Okay, sure. I would have answered this one because this one seems more true. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that makes sense. But this also mitigates the risk, right? Like, I guess not, because, you know, if... Okay, I guess it doesn't mitigate the risk, because if you have something
like connected via Ethernet. That doesn't mean that something connected via Wi-Fi isn't gonna, you know, not infect your thing with a piece of malware. Where's my other earplug? Where did my other earplug go? Oh, it's on my chair. It's always auditing and training, Lamau. It's not 4. Spoofing attacks? God, questions like this are so stupid because obviously the purpose of spoofing attacks isn't to provide legitimate services to users. Like, these are such lazy distractors. Like, I hate lazy distractors because this is just obviously the correct answer. Like, all the other ones are, like, good things. Like, infinity cube. Like, one of those with all the hinges on it. Yeah, I see. Yeah, these are awesome. The nice thing about these earplugs is I squish them and I feel them like reform in my hand. Like they just slowly get bigger. It's so awesome. One cable is identified as having a split pair fault. What characterizes split pair fault identified by a wire mount tester? Split pair? Okay, I guess that makes sense. I think you could just do nslookup.example.com, right? Oh wait, no, but you can specify a like particular name server. So I think it might actually be 4, but I could be wrong. Okay. Implementing security controls. What is the difficulty? On an aggregation switch. Like a gigabit? 10 gigabits. Okay. What's an aggregation switch? Is it like right before the root switch? Yeah, in regards to the Ethernet question. 10 gigabits. I see. Oh wait, I was looking up aggregation switch. Connects multiple switches to a core switch. I see. That's what I meant by root switch. I see. Okay. I guess 10 gigabits would make sense in that context. I just didn't know exactly what an aggregation switch was. I didn't remember. What advantage does a stackable switch offer over a non-stackable switch? I don't think it's 1. I don't think it's 2. Software defined wide area network. Secure access to the cloud. How does it facilitate secure access? Reverse DNS querying. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Conducting validation tests and disaster recovery. Yeah, like this is another one of the questions with like stupid distractors. To allow students in remote locations to watch lectures in real time. That would be multicast, right? Deploying layer 3 switches in the core and distributions layer in a network for VLAN routing. My friend is making music, so I just hear him in the background of the VC. That's funny. Shout out music. Music is awesome. I love music. Voice over IP / SIP endpoint be implemented as. I guess audit logs. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess audit logs, it would be like a user signed into something, and then they would do stuff from there. So I guess that makes sense. It's considered an ownership factor.
It really is a great conversation starter. It's interesting that you like Sleep Token. What kind of music is your friend making? I see. That's cool. Shout out Rap and Hyperbop. Doesn't Jane Remover kind of make hyperpop? I don't know. I'm pretty sure she's sort of a multi-genre artist, but like a couple of acquaintances of mine are into Jane Remover. And 100 Gex is like the archetypical hyperpop music, right? Aren't they kind of not cool anymore? Probably be considered hyperpop, at least one of the main genres. I see. Is the best approach. I see. There's a tree at a park my friends used to go to a lot in high school that looks like the 100 Gex like album cover tree, and so we would always like do the bit where like two people walk up to it and they look down and like the tree's in the background and you take it with flash and it looks like the 100 Gex album cover. I see. Do they have a Wikipedia article? What is happening with that phone? What? Why is this person holding their phone like this? That's crazy. How is that happening? You know, there's actually a funny thing regarding most asked picture of break-ins. That's a thing. Wikipedia is only able to use pictures that are public domain, and so it results in a lot of like celebrity photos on Wikipedia like looking really weird because there are few public domain photos of celebrities. I see. Ohio. That's interesting.
It's over. It's root primary. Whoops. True. Truth nuke. Okay. Given the situation, okay. With paper products adjacent to the server room, I don't know. Okay, portable Class A fire extinguishers. Man, I'm getting so many wrong this time. Use too much question. Yeah, that's true. That's true, I'm afraid. Hey, but we only have, what, like 50 something left? So that's pretty exciting. Whoa, this is an older one. Configure to filter packets. Create a pouch cord by fixing a plug to a cable. Yep. Wait, sorry, God, yeah, a punch down tool is to attach it to the back of a patch panel. A cable crimper is to put the connector on. Whoops. And it's a root primary. And Class A fire extinguisher. And a cable crimper. When did my schedule say I was going to be done studying? At 3 or 2? At 3. Okay. I'll definitely have time then. Okay. To improve network efficiency and support SDN. It's over. Okay. It's either 2 or 3, I feel. Physically intercepts seems a little odd, so I'm going to go for 3. Is this supposed to say isn't? Because the second half of this question implies that. I'm gonna go for this one because it makes the most sense. But this one just seems like the correct answer, but with a typo. Okay, I think that's crazy. What can cause a broadcast storm? Switching loops. Seam tools, they do like data collection. Oh God. I don't know. That one? Okay. It's over. Supports data compression and encryption to prepare data for network transmission. Okay. Major advantage of using a VPN-based method. It's not 3. It's not 2. I don't think it offers unlimited bandwidth. Okay. Layer 4. It's over. Okay. I'm gonna see if my headphones have gotten here yet. Probably not. No, that's okay. Cool. Okay, I see. So it's only talking. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know why I remember that. That's really weird. Finding the IP address of the domain. Couldn't you just do dig? Couldn't you just because 3 is for email. Couldn't you just do dig?
Like, okay. I knew it was a high up one. I see. I think just radius, right? What? I thought that was referring to the configuration of the switch and router, not the... I guess any remote host, because I guess if there was something wrong with the subnet mask, some remote host would be available, right? Or, no, because... Yeah, I don't know. What? I see. Okay. Okay, I guess it's referring to, like...
Okay, I see. Okay. External DNS zones. Ah, I wanted to do that one. Okay, sure. 4 is the longest and would be the cheapest. Okay. Additional APs? Okay. I was just thinking that would be the cheapest solution, and you would usually prioritize what would be cheapest first, but I guess that makes sense. Okay, I guess you would prioritize that first. Okay. I get so much worse at answering these questions, like the later I get in the stream. Okay. You should do that work, Madeline, instead of watching this live stream and listening to your friend's music. I see. So why single site okay, sure. I guess that makes sense. Oxytone. I have a 250 word reflection, open up a quick exam that are easy. The other two are 16 accounting problems, and that project will take a few hours. Do you tend... Surely you're being sarcastic in regard to your due date comment. I don't know. I mean, it'll take a few. I don't know. I mean, I'm also guilty of this. I also put some stuff to the last minute, especially like later on in my associate's degree. But like, I don't know. Maybe you should do that sooner. I don't know. That just seems like a lot of work. That's very spooky. But also, I mean, do as I say, not as I do, right? I also put stuff off. All right, all right. Okay, I mean, if you think that'll work for you, then I guess it'll work. Sorry, I'm scratching my leg right now. That no other ports on the firewall need to be configured to provide access. 80, 25, 110, and 143. Well, I know 80 and 143 are a web server. And 25, I don't know. 25 and 110? I think if those were related, like I think, because sometimes you need 2 ports open for something, but I don't think they would be so far away from each other. Like usually if you need 2 ports for something, they're like right next to each other. So I think they'd be pretty different. So I think it'd be a web server and a DNS server and a DHCP server, because that all seems pretty... I'm going to go for that one. I could be wrong though. Okay, it was web server and email server. Really? So you need... What? My friend already did the project, so I'm going to make projects tonight and have her check it tomorrow so I can make adjustments. All right. That's reasonable. Okay. Um, 25 mail, and then 110 post office protocol. Okay, I guess web server and email server. Okay, all right. I guess, yeah, why would a web server and a DNS server and a DHCP server all be hosted on one machine? That's a little weird. Like, it makes sense that a web server and an email server would be hosted on the same domain, or hosted on the same machine. Really won't take more than like 6 hours combined, and I have the rest of today and tomorrow. Okay, all right. Okay. That's understandable. I guess I was just spooked because you were talking about it in the context of procrastination. But I guess if it's really not that bad, then it's fine. I mean, if you can get it done, then, you know. What is the very short range of VDSL2? I don't know. Very short range rate? Okay, 100 meg. We're getting to the really weird questions near the end here. Doing TCP dump. Yeah, that's reasonable. With the motivation thing, with the pressure. W? I don't know, write the output to a file? No, because you could just do like a thing. Maybe increase the amount of... Okay, writes the output to a file, okay. What is the role of encryption in an access control solution? It shouldn't have taken me so long to... It shouldn't have taken me so long to answer that one. Sometimes the question just screams VXLAN, like you can really tell.
of a UDP datagram? I forget exactly what a datagram is. Is the datagram the whole frame, or is it just like a thing in it? I'm gonna go for 64, but it could be 8 or something. It's 8, okay. What is a datagram? I'm gonna do a typing test really quick. Even though I don't think I'm gonna do super well. Let's see. It's over. It's so over. It's so over, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna see if my headphones have arrived. I know I checked a mere half hour ago. And I know they didn't even say they were out for delivery yet. But I'm still gonna check because I'm evil. Gah, I'm evil. Okay. It's in transit to its destination. Okay. So exciting when you have to check a million times. That's true. Wait, what? Oh, header size. It was definitely 8. I thought it was asking what the size of a UDP datagram was. God, okay, yeah, obviously. Obviously it was 8. What? $62 usable addresses. Okay, I see. Okay. It's over! Oh, yeah. Nice job with your accounting homework, Madeline. Oh.
It's so over. It's so over. Oh, right. Okay. This is especially in hybrid models, like presumably you're thinking of something like ECS, right? Like AWS Elastic Container Service, where instead of having a server where a majority of the time, its resources, well, like when building server infrastructure, you kind of want to build it to account for what the maximum like usage of the server hardware would be. So a lot of the time when your website isn't being visited as much, say it's a gardening website and it's the winter, right? So your website isn't being looked at as much. You have a whole bunch of you have these really nice servers and they're barely being used, right? So the nice thing about cloud stuff is that you only pay for your usage with a premium, of course, right? So like with ECS, say nobody's visiting your website, you're not really paying for hosting at all. But say lots of people are using your website, you're paying a lot for hosting. So when I talk about hybrid models, it makes me think, like the main advantage is lower cost, but it could also be flexibility. I'm gonna go for it was flexibility. I guess I'll just kill myself. No, I'm joking, but dude, can I have to port on a patch panel to another network port? Yeah, right. We're the same, Madeline. Yeah. Flexibility. Okay. We only have 10 more questions. We've got this. Well, we only have 10 more questions to get correct. They don't know. They don't get it. I'm afraid they don't understand the value of
a middle-aged mindset. um, wow, alas. To be fair, I mean, I don't watch Survivor, but I am interested in hearing Northern Lion's opinion of Survivor. Dude, long form is so valuable. I love long form. He does. He always has, those interesting takes. The session layer. I guess that one. Acceptable error rate in general terms. I mean, like under 1%, right? Why not? Might it be necessary to adjust the power level used by an access point? Oh god, these two are identical. Okay. Alas. Tis the nature of accounting homework, I'm afraid. Tis the nature. Data locality. Okay. Oh, that wasn't even... I just randomly chose one. Sorry, whoops. Oh man, 3 more questions. Two more questions. Data encapsulation. Ah, one more question. Let's go. Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, there's okay, still learning is... What is the one thing I'm not still learning? This is the one thing I know for sure. Okay, well yeah, I guess I'll continue learning to maintain the sort of algorithm. Okay, cool. Okay, the world is beautiful, friends. God, oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit more learning. I'm gonna learn a little bit more, and then I'm gonna be done. Uses TLS to secure DNS queries. That'd be DNS over SSL. Oh, what? Okay. Okay, you know what? No, I'm not doing that. Okay, I'm done live streaming. Okay. I'm done. Okay. Madeline, it's been a wonderful, wonderful time, and thank you for spending time in the chat. But I must go now. I was planning on being done studying in like 40 minutes, but frankly, God, I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours, and like God, like oh my God, I'm just happy to be done with the first round of flashcards, frankly. But yeah, okay. Have
Have a good afternoon, presumably, for you. Because I'm on the West Coast. There's a pretty high... Wait, you're in California. I don't know. It might be the same time.